come to hall. Please, family, Miss Gallo, proceed. Over there. Family, Miss Gallo, please sit over there. Okay, students and teachers, yeah. Today we will follow presentation from secondary 3. Yeah. Okay, before we start the presentation, please come, Jesslyn, to lead praying. Yeah?
Friends, let's pray. Dear God, thank you for today. Thank you that today you've given us another chance to go to school and listen to everyone's presentations. God, please bless so that everyone can do well. Thank you, God. Amen.
Okay, thank you, Jesslyn. Okay, the role of presentation, yeah. Secretary, you have about 10 minutes to present your project, yeah. And then 20 minutes, yeah, student or teachers, yeah, will be have a question, yeah, for you, yeah. Okay, the jury today, me, and then Memily and Miss Gallo, yeah. Okay, okay, group 1, Rafa, already? Okay, please come, group 1, to present your project.
I'll take the wireless one. Can you take the wireless one?
I'll control it since you're first.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Wait, can you scroll up? No, scroll up. Okay. So for this year's biology and physics project, we decided to investigate on different effects on compost and how it affects the rate of decomposition. So these are like some of the pictures of our projects, and then later we're going to like present our own slides and yeah, and explain our progress and steps in what we did with the compost. You can scroll down. So this is mine, this is Miguel's, and this is Jesselyn's. So yeah, I think I'll just go first. So yeah. Yeah, just click on that. Oh, wait, what? Okay. So I decided to investigate on whether or not the amount of soil and leaves affects the rate of decomposition in your compost. So that's basically self-explanatory from the aim. And my prediction is that if there's more soil and leaves, then it will decompose faster. I mean, it obviously makes sense, but you'll see later if that's true or not. Okay. All right. So this investigation will involve making compost using several amounts of kitchen waste and leaves. And I took advantage of my semi-failed attempt in making compost inside a small container, which was too wet. And then later on, I will move it into a bigger pot with more dirt, more soil and more leaves. And also in nearly every report, I mix the compost so it allows for oxygen circulation. And along my explanation in my reports, you'll notice that I will use the terms carbon and nitrogen quite often, which are basically two important components of compost. So materials that contain carbon include leaves, and it is to provide energy for the organisms living inside the compost. Meanwhile, nitrogen materials include actually most kitchen waste materials and used for the structure of proteins and nucleic acids in the cell growth of organisms. So they use that for growing their cells and stuff. And also at some point near the end, I also measured the temperature of the compost using a thermometer that I borrowed from the science lab. And this is so I know how fast the compost is decomposing. All right, so for my first report, I did this initially at 5 November, and I just prepared some few materials such as soil, strawberry leaves, strawberries and limes, which I have cut into smaller pieces, as well as leftover rice. I put them in layers as shown. So you can see like some of the rice over here, and this is the soil on the top and the bottom. And you may see, well, although it's not really clear, but you can see some leaves, strawberries and limes in like the middle layer. And then afterwards, I also water it a little bit after. And obviously, since they're basically leftover materials, they smell horrible, obviously. And then moving on to the next report, I did this at 9 November, 4 days after. And I decided to mix the compost. And as you can see from the picture, it's quite disgusting. Some of the materials haven't decomposed yet. As you can see, there's like a big chunk of lime on the bottom there. There are some bits of rice. And it was a little moist. And it still smells smelly, but it's not as smelly as previously. So yeah, I just decided to mix that on that day. And yeah, next day, next reports. And I did this again at 14 November. And nearly all the rice has lost its original form, and it has either like mixed up, like you scroll down up a little bit. So yeah, nearly all of the rice has lost its original form, and is forming, for some reason, some of these white clumps of rice, kind of like cotton balls. So like there's like some clumps of rice appearing in the dirt or soil in the compost. And I noticed also some of the strawberries, actually all of the strawberries have disappeared, either because they're completely decomposed or because maybe they're mixed along with the dirt. And this day, the compost doesn't appear to be moist, but it feels moist when I try to mix it. And the smell of the compost is improving. And in this day, I also decided to crush the limes into way smaller chunks. And then the next report will be at 16th November. So now I noticed that previously it doesn't appear moist, but now it's moist again for some reason. And I noticed also that the leaves from the strawberry leaves have completely disappeared. And as you can see, there's like some stalks from the remains of the strawberry leaves present. And also, the previously mentioned white clumps of rice doesn't appear often, and they only form in small amounts. And the next report will be at 23rd November. Yeah, compost is still moist, obviously. However, I noticed some worms and centipedes present in the inside walls of the container, but they appeared there for some reason. And I didn't get the picture because I thought I already took a picture before mixing it, but turns out I didn't. And the amount of white clumps are slightly lower than previously, so the white clumps of rice doesn't appear that much. So that's the last day before I move the compost into a bigger pot right here. So basically I put the moist compost and put it in a pot which is already filled with lots of soil and lots of leaves. And for the leaves, I use a mixture of orange leaves and green leaves. And then I water it and then mix it all up. And this is why in the picture, the compost appears to be wet. And the smell is a bit weird. It's a mixed smell of soil and trash. Like, it's kind of hard to explain, but it's like along those lines. So it kind of smells weird. And then the next report. So these are some of the pictures. So next day, there was already lots of progress. As you can see, now it's only filled with the orange leaves. When I mix it, there's like practically no green leaves left. And there are also some small insects as I mix the compost. And I did a little bit of research about that, and apparently they're called springtails. Later you'll see the picture of it. But there's some small chunks of leaves present, and surprisingly the compost doesn't appear moist. And that's a springtail right there. And there's also another one on this wall. And I also decided to put a Google image of a springtail. And turns out they actually help decompose materials in compost. So having these is a good sign. And moving on to the next report is at 7th December. And yes, some of the leaves still appear brown. And the smell now has drastically changed. Before it's like a very weird smell, but now it smells like fresh earth soil. And as I mix more of that, there are more of the little springtails as I'm mixing. Yeah, so you can scroll down. So yeah, there's some chunks of leaves. There's the springtail. There are 2 springtails on that picture. There's another one there. And 9th December, I decided to do a test with the compost. I want to see how well the compost is doing. This is because I can't really tell if the compost has made any progress, because previously it's just some orange leaves, and the report after that there's still some orange leaves. So I can't really tell if it has made any progress or not. So I brought a thermometer from the science lab, and I put it in the compost. And I place it in a position so that it's slightly leaning, and that's so that it allows for easier readings and avoid parallax error. And I also put the bulb of the thermometer, the end of that, towards the center of the compost pot. And then I took some readings starting from 335 and the evening for every 30 minutes. So as you can see, it's like between 26 and 27 degrees Celsius, which means it's around room temperature-ish. And this is not really a good sign because usually compost that is working well usually tend to have temperatures from like 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, which is quite hot. Now seeing this means that some of the organisms are working very slow. I mean, doesn't really necessarily mean that it doesn't work, but it just works quite slow. And you can like scroll down a little. So yeah. However, the good news is that I managed to spot another species present in my compost. I did a little research about it, and it were called soil bugs. And after I'm finished with my temperature readings, I also did a research on why my compost isn't hot. And some sources give these 3 reasons. So first of all, compost is too wet, or compost is too dry, or not enough nitrogen-rich material, which includes rice and most other kitchen waste. And I initially suspected that the second reason, the compost is too dry, was the cause. I mean, obviously, the first reason cannot be the one, because obviously it doesn't pure wet. And also I believe that initially in the first compost with the small container was just the perfect amount of rice compared to the amount of leaves that I added on afterwards. So in technical terms, I would say the carbon-nitrogen ratio is balanced, like around 30 to 1. So there's 30 components of carbon for 1 component of nitrogen, and more of this explanation in the conclusion part. So looking to this, I decided that I would water it a little for compost and see if it has made any changes afterwards. So you can scroll down again. So yeah, here is the soil bug, and here is the Google image. I mean, it shares like several similarities. These soil bugs also help in decomposition. And the 10th report is at 11 December. And here's what I noticed. So I noticed that there are some stalks or branches that appear to be present in there. I'm not sure if you can see that, but there's like some of the stalks remains from the leaves. And I assume that this could be because some leaves have fully decomposed, but even so, there's like several chunks of leaves right here. They still appear in the compost. And due to the water that I added in the previous report, the soil of the compost, the texture of it has slightly changed. And there are also some springtails and soil bugs are present in the compost. So maybe the compost was a bit too dry after all, and it's causing that room temperature compost thingy. So you can scroll down. Oh, time is up? 5 minutes. Okay. The springtails. And last report, I decided to do the thermometer test again, like similar to the previous reports. And I noticed the results were about the same for some reason. And I concluded that water wasn't actually the problem. It's because of the lack of nitrogen instead. So turns out it wasn't the first reason, which is compost is too wet. It wasn't the second reason, which is compost is too dry. And turns out it's probably or most likely because that there weren't that much nitrogen materials. So yeah, scroll down to the conclusion. So in the first compost with the small container, it already turned moist only after a couple of days, and it had a nasty smell. And only a few organisms are present, and from what I noted, I'm not sure if they're alive or not, but the maximum I saw was only 2 in a day. And the second compost with the large pot, it turned dry, like a bit dry after a couple of days, and it doesn't really smell bad. It had instead a fresh earth smell, and there's plenty of organisms are present. The maximum that I saw in one day was around 6. And so with these results and comparing it with my hypothesis, turns out my hypothesis was wrong. So turns out a good compost needs the correct proportion of carbon, which in this case is the leaves, and nitrogen, which in this case is the rice, strawberries, and limes. So this proportion is, like I said before, around 30:1. And if there's too much nitrogen, the compost will only be hot for a while, but afterwards it will be very moist and it will smell so bad. And too much carbon, it will cause the organisms to break down the material slower. And that's for the leaves. And for the dirt, I was right, because dirt contains lots of organisms responsible for the decomposition of compost materials. So more dirt means more organisms, means faster decomposition. And dirt and carbon are the only things that are important for successful compost. They also need the perfect moisture, so you must water it occasionally. Too much water will fill pores. They're used for air circulation, and air is also useful for compost. And too less water will slow down the rate of decomposition. And like I said before, air or oxygen is needed for the decomposition of compost because organisms need it for respiration. And these organisms may also reproduce quickly, which can use up most of the available oxygen. And to keep and maintain the oxygen levels, we can turn the compost occasionally, around twice a week. And that's it for my presentation. So, wait, who's going to present now? Oh, you? No, yeah. Okay, go to the. Okay. Okay.
We were planning on presenting ours too, but
Okay, thank you for group 1, yeah. And then the next session is a question and answer, yeah. You may ask personally to Rafa, to Miguel or Jesselyn, yeah. To make sure the understanding, yeah, of them, yeah. For the three question first, yeah. I think the first from me. Yeah. Okay. Did you bring? Do you bring your result, your project?
I did not. But I got lots of pictures, I guess. I mean, I can still answer the questions if they're related.
Sorry, we cannot hear.
So for me, I actually didn't bring the compost because I went here on the go-kart, and I thought the pot will disturb the driver, so no compost for the school, I guess.
I didn't bring mine, but I mean, I can still answer. But I can still answer the questions. I also went here by go-kart, so sorry. Yeah. So the question.
Okay. Second question, maybe Ma'am Lily or Miss Gallo.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the beginning,
Scroll up.
what is your aim?
Should I answer?
You-
Let's we should all answer.
Okay. So for aim for mine is to investigate whether or not more leaves and more soil make better compost and make the rate of decomposition faster, as you can see from there. So that's for mine.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask,
Okay.
does three of you have the same result?
I have the same result. But can you go to my
And go to
because just if as I still here in a second, the
Miguel, I cannot hear.
the temperature for the result of the temperatures I recorded was also the same as Rava's.
Yeah.
Scroll down. Scroll down.
if you scroll down,
Yeah, if I scroll down.
the temperature is around the same.
Yeah. Scroll down. Scroll down. Okay.
It's still scroll down.
Table.
Wait. There you are.
Wait, it got deleted. Okay.
Oh.
So yeah,
Alright,
there.
right.
So the temperature for mine was a little bit hotter. It was around 26 and 27 degrees Celsius, which is similar to Rava's, which is like room temperature. And I also found out that the best temperature for this is around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, and
For a compost.
mine's just way too cold. But I have the same reason as Rafa's because this would not necessarily mean like it won't compost. It just make it a slow process.
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat? What is the best temperature to make compost, you say?
So the best temperature to make the compost, according to my research and here, is that it's around 50 degrees Celsius. to
50
50 to 60 degrees
to 60. And that one is?
Rounded to 30 degrees Celsius.
So what? How can you know that it is 50 and 60? From where?
So I found out
From
my
research.
So I found out
From
my
research.
temperature using the
Research in
Other
Google.
research, not yours.
also I found
We
out
all researched and we found
also
out.
like from
Can
my,
you show it?
Also from
what do
my
you-
Where is your research?
from my research also
I actually searched like in the Google and like Google.
Which one
according
is the
from
one?
my-
Show us.
From my experience, since
Your
mine-
experience?
No, here. Just
Are you
listen.
sure?
No, since my experiment was at around room temperature for the entire time.
50?
No. not-
Any
since-
any suggestion from the group?
Since my-
Rafa, do you think 50?
For the temperature of the compost.
The
Uh,
compost. But
if-
the one over there, is it success or not? 30
it's-
degrees.
It's not. It's around like room temperature, like 26 or 27.
26.
Since-
It is 27, 28 you say. But
Yeah.
the one in the picture, 12 December, it is around 20. Itu kan yang garis panjang itu
that's,
berapa?
third.
Can you show the top picture, Jesslyn? Sorry.
And this one is 27.
The
right?
11 December. 11 December. Whoa,
Right.
whoa.
So
Wait, just make it.
The one. Now, how you read the temperature over there? 9 December. That is the one. Nah, itu berapa coba? Can you read the one?
Just
Miguel?
fingers as well.
In 9 December, please, from the picture.
it's
Yes.
around here.
What degrees is there?
28,
Pardon?
27.
Pardon?
28, 27
28,
degrees Celsius.
27. And about 50 degrees, where you got it
Yeah,
from?
so according to from my results of the temperature, I concluded that my results was unsuccessful, and I had to do some revision.
So, do you think your experiment is successful or not?
According to my temperatures, no.
No? So you're-
According to my temperatures, no.
How about you, Rafa?
For mine, it also didn't work. And also, just to clarify, like 50 degrees and 60 degrees is the optimum temperature of the compost, not like
Optimum temperature for the
Optimum.
compost.
for the compost. If it like works very well, and if you like
It
put a
say
temperature,
like that.
yeah.
Do
in
you
research.
have the literature over here? Can you show it?
Well, maybe you can
Did
just
you make a report about this? That I suggest you how to make it?
yeah.
Which one? You're supposed to show it in the presentation like PowerPoint, not this one.
Oh, like the research, right? Or
Do you have another presentation? No. Only this.
We have
On-
Jesslyn's.
I mean,
Jesslyn, did you
Jesslyn's.
make? No. Pak Budi, did they collect into the Google Classroom? No.
Or there's in the
I
Google
was trying
Sites.
to check the link.
Okay, the temperature over here is around 20 to 30, yeah, almost 27, 28 like that, yeah. But I'm a bit confused with your Conclusion, it is 50 degrees to 60 degrees.
Yeah, according
Can you show us the one that it is like that? So how can we know that yours is fail? Is it fail?
Yeah.
yeah.
You said it is fail.
Yes.
Yes.
So what is your aim?
Oh.
What is your aim of experiment?
So like for mine, right?
So your aim, three of you having different aim of
Yeah,
experiment.
different aim, but overall we investigate all on compost, like different effects, and that.
So, can you show the aim of Rafa?
So you can, yeah, go back to mine.
To find out if heat affects.
No, that's Miguel's. This is mine.
I mean, it's
Does
like
more soil and leaf make better compost? What is your answer to this?
So in the bottom right, turns out it doesn't necessarily.
It doesn't necessarily.
Yeah.
So,
So like from the results, right?
yeah.
If you have two less compost, which is the one with the small container one, it will be very moist and very smelly, and it will only get hot for a while, but afterwards it will be at room temperature. And if there's too much of the leaves or the carbon materials, it will make the process slower, way slower, I should say. Basically, like that.
I'm kind of confused about your answer.
Hmm.
What is your indicator that make you answer that it's not necessary to have different amount of leaves in the compost?
Okay, you can go back to my.
Okay, I want
Temperature test.
Jesslyn to answer this question.
Okay.
Yeah. Rafa, enough.
I can answer. What made Rafa think
Okay, the question again.
that wasn't necessary? Like, how did Rafa get this answer?
I think it's depending on the container, because in his trial, the smaller container, the results was moist, like it has more excess water than when he did the experiment in the larger container. So I think it's not like the factor of the amount of leaves doesn't really.
Just a bigger pot.
Yeah, it's just a container.
What is it?
Okay.
Still not
Wait,
clear.
can I
Can you
answer?
please make it simple, clear? Answer the
Wait,
question.
can I answer?
Sorry, please make it simple. Answer the question. Your question, Miss.
Okay, so the question is can you sure that it's not necessary to put any amount of leaves to make a better compost based on the data that you got?
The
Yes.
amount of compost does. The amount of leaves doesn't.
Roughly balance. Wait, Miss, can I answer?
Okay.
Please do.
Yeah.
So according to the
Close.
to the result in Rafa's experiment, the bigger pot wasn't balanced in terms of
Closer, please.
the bigger pot, like the bigger compost, wasn't balanced in terms of like having enough leaves and like rice and strawberry.
Sorry, I will cut this one. Sorry. In the bigger pot,
In the bigger pot,
yes. Speak
Okay.
clearly, please.
in the bigger pot,
Yes.
the compost wasn't balanced because
Wasn't balanced.
there wasn't enough like leaves and like strawberry. As in the first one, it was closer, so it got better results.
You mean there is not enough
So,
strawberry?
so in the bigger pot, there was not that much like nitrogen, so like it needed like more leaves and like more
Sorry,
rice.
nitrogen you say?
It's like like the first one, there was less dirt and there was more leaves, rice,
Less
and
dirt
strawberry.
and more leaf.
More
Did you-
strawberry leaves, rice, and limes and like strawberries.
So
The
While
ratio.
in the second one, there was more dirt, but the amount of like strawberries and rice was the same, so it was unbalanced.
Did you percentage the soil and the leaf or anything else you put over there? Did you have the percentage? Did you calculate it or measure it? Or you just put it
No,
over there?
according to the results, because
According to
to the results.
the result.
Yes.
I mean, what is the meaning of compose then?
To break down.
Compose. To break down what?
To break down.
Glasses?
What?
So please complete it.
To break down bigger components like leaves, rice, and strawberries in this case, to smaller things and turn them into, like in this case, soil, and also in this case,
Please speak clearly. I cannot hear. We cannot.
It's like to break down bigger components. So like in this case, it'd be
Bigger
like
component.
breaking down like the strawberry leaves and like the rice and lime into smaller things.
Is it
So
a must? Strawberry leaves,
no,
rice. Is it a must?
Examples such as strawberry leaves, limes, and
Okay.
rice.
What is that actually?
Waste.
Waste. What is
And
the waste
waste.
for in your experiment?
It's
Yeah.
the
What is the aim of the experiment actually?
To find out
To
if-
make?
Yeah.
To find out what?
to find out the effects in compost.
The effect of?
Different effects in compost.
Miss Galuh become more confused, right? Okay. Let me ask Rafa. Can you answer? What is your aim of the experiment actually?
Can I go?
Yep.
Okay.
Just
Right.
answer directly.
So my aim was to find out if more soil and leaves will make better compost.
So, okay,
or-
stop first. What is the function of leaf and what else you say? Leaf.
soil or dirt.
So what is the composition of your experiment over there? Compose,
So like for leaves, right?
soil,
Soil,
leaves.
soil and
What
leaves.
type of leaves? Any leaves?
Yeah, basically any leaves. I initially chose strawberry leaves, and then
Why should be strawberry leaf? Is that any other choices?
could be any.
Could be any, right?
Yeah.
Could be any. So, why did you put rice over there also?
It's as a kitchen waste.
At a kitchen waste.
Kitchen waste,
Okay.
yeah, contains.
What is the function of it?
Contains nitrogen,
Which one contain nitrogen?
rice
Rice. What is that for?
for making proteins for the cells in the organisms. So they
Okay,
can
so
survive.
what is the aim to make compost over here?
Can you repeat? What
What is the aim for you to make compost over here?
aim for me to make this
So
compost?
you said you are failing in making compost, right? You say
Yes,
like that.
Yeah.
What is the indicator for you to say it is fail?
Temperature.
Yes, Jesslyn maybe can answer. The temperature, it doesn't rise. It doesn't rise. So three of you agree. The
Yes.
temperature
Yeah.
doesn't rise, so you are fail in
Yeah.
making compost. So
Yeah.
in next experiment, if you are doing the same experiment, what should you do?
For evaluation, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, but-
next time you have to make compost a successful one. What should you do?
I would probably start earlier.
The what?
I would start making the compost earlier because I start at 5 November and until like currently now it's only 1 month plus a couple of days. Just
So the time.
the time.
Oh.
Yeah, need more
What
time.
do you mean making compost over here?
Making compost as in like
Miguel, do you not understand what is the meaning of making compost over here? You don't. Okay, Rafa?
making compost means like you put in like some materials in it and you wait it for it to break down or to completely lose its shape and then later on you get like something.
To be rotten, something like that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
The
rotten.
aim is rotten. What is the meaning of rotten in biology?
Means like
Jocelyn, can you answer? How can something turn rotten? Why? So give Jocelyn the yes, Jocelyn. What is the meaning of rotten over here?
It's when the waste starts breaking down. Like,
So is
when,
it same like decompose?
yeah,
So the aim of making compost is to make it breaking down
Decompose.
to smaller material, right? The smallest the better, right?
yeah.
So, and the aim of that, so you will have a good compost. But the process, did you learn how to make compost before? Did you Google how to make compost, a good compost? Did you Google?
yes, I searched from like several sources.
How many sources you have?
I was like, I think 2 YouTube videos and
Sorry?
2 YouTube videos.
To
and,
YouTube.
And also, I read like
Okay.
2 or 3 links from Google about
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Thank you. How about you, Miguel? Did you search?
I used the same link that.
How
Rafa
many?
The same link that Rafa used for his research.
I
for the
cannot
Google.
hear. How many?
So
Same.
I
Same
sh-
resources.
yeah, I
Yeah,
shared
the
the
How about
links,
you,
yeah.
Jesslyn? Same resources. So 3 of you only have 3 resources. Okay, thank you. Any other from the Ms. Ray, maybe Pak Yudi? From the audience, please.
Okay. For audience, yeah, student or teachers, maybe one question, yeah, one question. I give chance. One question from student, from teachers. Okay, nggak ada ya. Okay, for the closing, yeah, please one sentence from each of you, yeah, from Jesslyn first, yeah. Please one sentence. How do you, what do you think about your project?
I think our project overall has failed because for my compost, not much of the waste has decomposed successfully, and based on the temperature, it's also not hot enough for it to decompose well.
Okay, thank you. Rafa?
Pretty much the same thing, and for some corrections I could have made it earlier, and I could have made the experiment more reliable by having 2 pots, but I don't really have much time for that. So maybe those are the things I could like improve if I were to make another compost in the future. So yeah.
Okay, Miguel.
From my experiment, I also concluded that mine was overall unsuccessful because the temperature wasn't hot enough. And for next time, I guess I could also like add more pots to make it more like to add more composts to see if it's reliable or not, and if it like will happen every single time. And also, I feel like for next time, I can change my compost to like a bigger container than just like a small container, like a pot, like Rafa's.
Okay, thank you for group 1, and please applause to group 1. Okay, thank you. Okay, group 2, Gregory and Jamison. Please come. Okay, Gergely. Okay, you may start.
You may start now. I will give you time, 10 minutes first, yeah? 10 minutes enough for explanation? Okay, I will use timer, yeah? Okay. You may start now.
Hello,
Timer on.
hello, hello, everybody. Today I'm going to present my project experiment about how different.
Louder, please. We cannot hear.
Is this loud?
Yes. Mr. Ray, say louder.
Now,
Yes. Try to make it as good as possible. Come on.
hello, everybody. Today I will be presenting my project experiment about how different spectrums of light affect plants. So the aim is to investigate how different spectrums of light affect the rate of photosynthesis in hydrilla plants. So my hypothesis is, since the light with most energy is violet, but the light we're using that has the most energy in this experiment is blue light. So my hypothesis is that blue light will cause the rate of photosynthesis to occur at a higher rate than red light, since it has more energy. So here's my variables. The independent variable is the spectrum of light, red and blue light. The dependent variable is the amount of oxygen produced by the plant, and the controlled variable is the volume of water, the temperature, the amount of sodium hydrogen carbonate used as a source of carbon dioxide for the plant. And here are the apparatus and materials.
Clearly, please. Yeah, speak clearly. What is the thing you used just now? Sorry.
The apparatus:
Yes.
red lamp, blue lamp, 9 pieces of hydrilla plant, 10 cm each, 3 beakers, 3 funnels, distilled water, 3 boiling tubes, and baking soda, which is sodium hydrogen carbonate. So here's the precautions. The glass may shatter if improperly handled. Wear protective gloves, lab coat, and shoes to minimize damage if it does shatter. So here are the procedures that I use. Dilute 7.5 milliliter baking soda into 1,500 milliliter of distilled water. Pour the solution into a beaker with a capacity of 500 milliliters. Place 3 hydrilla plants, each of a length of 10 centimeters, into the funnel. Place the funnel in the beaker with the neck of the funnel facing upwards. Fill the boiling tube with distilled water and make sure that no amount of air goes into the tube. Place the boiling tube on the neck of the funnel and make sure when this is done, no air comes inside the tube. Store each beaker in a dark place, one with red light and another with blue light, and one with no light for control. So here's the observations at 9 p.m. And here at 10 p.m., no changes have been made. And at 11:30, there could be a small amount of bubbles seen at the red lamp. It's not clear here, but there's some bubbles over there near the funnel. And here's the graph I made. I forgot to take a picture of the 741, mostly because I didn't have enough time. But these are the data I recorded. At 11 p.m., there's like 0.03, around that much milliliters of oxygen. And at 7:40, the one with the red lamp has around 0.2 milliliters of oxygen. And the one with the blue one has very little, consisting of 0.01 milliliters of oxygen. So here's some errors I made. The funnel neck was longer than the beaker, and as a result, some amount of air went into the boiling tube. This was partially solved by marking the amount of oxygen that was let in the beginning, then comparing it to the amount of oxygen produced at the end. And I sometimes didn't check the amount of oxygen at the exact same time, so that might cause an error. So the conclusion is the aim of the experiment was to investigate how different wavelengths of light affect the rate of photosynthesis. The aim of the experiment was completed. The result was that red light increased the rate of photosynthesis the most compared to blue light, which proved the hypothesis false in this experiment.
Sorry, can you show the data table? This one, okay.
What the question? No? Okay, thank you for group 2, yeah. And then the next session, question and answer, yeah. Before the jury make question, I think audience, do you have question? Okay, Mr. Ray.
Since this is very much related to physics, I would like to comment on your data table, yeah, on your graph, okay? Okay, I'm asking one of the JC1 student, JC2, I've got Darren. What's wrong with this graph, Darren?
No access labels, I think.
Louder.
No access labels.
Comment on that, please. Darren says?
The access labels are not there.
The access labels are not there. You know what we are talking about?
Yes.
So what's missing?
Time and the unit. Huh? The unit, I guess. Milliliters.
What is that about?
What? What?
What is the y-axis?
Milliliters.
It is a unit, but what is that measure about?
Oxygen, amount of
How can we
oxygen.
know it? Yeah,
Yeah.
that is the one, yeah?
Mhm.
Okay. How about the y-axis, Jamie? What is that? Did you follow the experiment?
The time.
You don't. You just ask your friend to do this? So be sure you cannot answer my question. So what is the axis should be, Greg?
Time.
Pardon?
Time.
Time for what? You
Um,
have to explain. Time for?
for the amount of oxygen produced.
Time for the?
Amount of oxygen produced.
Time for the plant to produce
Oxygen.
the oxygen, or time for photosynthesis to produce oxygen. That is one point. Okay. And maybe Miss Galuh will give suggestion about the red and blue control light.
Yeah, so at first I was confused because seeing your conclusions, you say that, oh, the red one is increase the rate of photosynthesis. Because when I see this, yeah, I thought the blue light ones is the one that increase the rate of photosynthesis. Yeah. But then when I back to your graphic, yeah, you use the blue color to represent the red light. Yeah, so.
Do you understand?
I used Excel to make this graph.
Preferable to use red.
Yeah,
The
to
color
use.
should be red.
Yeah, to use.
Don't use red with blue and the blue with using red. Are you colorblind or what?
I used Excel to make this graph.
That's fine, but please pay attention to the data. Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's better to use the right color to represent, yeah, the color. Gitu. Okay.
And more to the one, it's better to use red, using red color, don't use blue. And blue one should be blue. And it is confusing to people. Yeah. Vice versa then. Okay.
So, what color actually? This is red, red lamp or blue lamp in this graph.
The blue one is the red one.
So, you use a red lamp
Yes.
from this graph and higher than blue lamp. So if I'm not wrong, yeah, I'm not wrong. Photosynthesis need UV, yeah, and then near UV frequency, yeah, near to blue frequency. If I'm not wrong, yeah, but if your conclusion, your data, yeah, your data has a red lamp. It means red frequency, yeah, higher than, yeah, higher than blue lamp. I don't know. So, Memli.
Harus yang mana, Bu? Ya, let's see. I don't know. Do your experiment, it is red. But it's blue. That is the perfect confusion. Confusion. The light with most energy is violet, but the light that has the most is used in this experiment is blue light. You say it is blue light?
Yeah, for the hypothesis.
Hypothesis. That's why you put the red into blue. My goodness. More energy means that photosynthesis will occur at higher rate than red light. Therefore, if the blue light is used, then the rate of photosynthesis will be greater. So, what do you think of your hypothesis, Jamie?
Hypothesis was wrong.
So what is your conclusion, Jamie?
The-
Speak.
The
Speak,
red,
please. Speak up.
the red light is
Sorry?
The red light is greater than the blue
The
one.
red light
Is greater than the blue
is
light.
better than.
Blue.
Is it correct? Red light better doing photosynthesis than blue? Okay, how many times did you do this, Jamie? Did you
One.
repeat the experiment?
No.
Therefore, if blue light is used, then the rate of photosynthesis will be greater. Explain, kata Pak Budi itu. Jamie, can you explain? Jamie zero ya. Okay, let me ask Mr. Budi. According to the picture over here, is it correct, sir?
Okay, for the photosynthesis process, yeah. What do you think? Photosynthesis process need higher energy or low energy?
Higher.
Higher. And then you have the diagram, yeah, which one higher energy and which one lower energy, right? So, what do you think about this sentence? Yeah. Therefore, if blue light is used, then the rate of blah blah. What do you think?
What do you?
Yeah, relate with your data, yeah.
I thought that like the light with the higher energy will increase the rate of photosynthesis more. But I don't know why, but the red light increased it more, the rate of photosynthesis more.
Okay. They don't know.
You cannot answer.
I don't know what's the question.
What is the question, sana sir? Bingung dia. So what is the question?
Yeah, I repeat, yeah. Which one energy need to photosynthesis process? Higher energy or lower energy?
Higher.
Higher. And then at your diagram, the higher energy, yeah, the position of higher energy, UV.
Yes.
And then lower energy itu red, right?
Yes.
But your data, yeah, there is a difference with your data, yeah, because the oxygen, yeah, oxygen, the photosynthesis, the result of photosynthesis, oxygen, you got more, yeah, more oxygen than below blue light.
Yes.
So I think different, yeah. The what do you think, and then what do you got, yeah? What do you think and what do you got? That's different, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, suggestion. Yes? Okay, from the audience, please. Secondary 4, JC, come on. JC not here. Sec 4, come on. Sec 1. Where is Kaylin? Any question, Kaylin? Come on. Keira, no question about this? You think about your own presentation. Busy with that one, yeah? Oh my God. So listen, Mr. Ray say, if you don't ask question to secondary 3, so Mr. Ray will ask question to you. Which one do you prefer? So ask question now. You got point now. Good, do it. Come on. Next picture, please. I want to see the water column. Coba. In the experiment. The procedure. Next. Nah, this one. How how can you say that red and blue is having different, the blue is small? Do you manage to put the water full to the test tube?
Yes,
So
the
it is
image.
before, where is the before? No picture of before.
It's in my phone.
Hello? Answer. Is there any picture at the beginning of experiment?
This is the beginning.
So the beginning like this, you cannot manage. Yeah, the water column is already there. So it is a bit failure like that, yeah? So should be full until the tip of the test tube.
It's full.
It is not. There is gas on the top of it.
Because the neck funnel was too long, so
Pardon?
the neck of the funnel was longer than the beaker, so it
You
can't.
cannot do that. Oh my
No,
God.
the neck of the funnel was
Okay lah.
higher
Did
than
you
the...
measure the length before and after of the gas column in the test tube?
Yes.
Yes. So in your experiment, the red one become longer compared to the blue one.
Yes.
Okay. Any other question? That's enough for me. Yep.
I am so sorry, y'all. I know your pains, but allow me this one chance. So, do you think that the species of the plant affects the rate of reaction? Do you think the species of the plant affects the rate of reaction in photosynthesis?
Give me 2 plants.
It's a yes or no question, and you have to support your answer with a why. Exactly what he says. I'm sorry.
I think that some plants have different rates of photosynthesis. Different plants usually have. What's the question?
Let me repeat one more time. Do you think the species of the plant affects the rate of photosynthesis? State and explain.
Yes. Because some plants have different color of leaves. For example, one is purple, dark purple, and another one is green. So one might absorb more energy better than the other, so that will increase the rate of photosynthesis.
Okay, thank you. I don't have a suggestion.
Yeah. It's okay.
Please don't.
Yeah. Just simple suggestion, maybe. That question.
Suggestion for
Kalen's question. Okay, thank you, Kailin. Yeah. Yeah, from Kailin's question. Kailin's question.
Any of you can give suggestion to Greg? Say yes, yeah? Different plant, different species plant will have different rate of photosynthesis. Is that correct? Agree, guys? Agree. But why? Can you answer? Siapa namanya?
Charlotte. You try? Okay.
Charlotte namanya. I haven't got the chance to teach you, yeah, so I didn't know. What do you think, Kaylin? Different species will have different rate of photosynthesis. Yes, for sure. But why? Larger surface area of leaves needs more photosynthesis. Okay. Does more photosynthesis, for sure, yeah? But that is one example. Just pop up with something in your mind with that one, yeah? Okay, that's good. Thank you, Kaylin. That's a good question, yeah? Continue to Pak Budi.
Okay, thank you. One more from audience, yeah. If you have a question. Casey? Okay.
Okay. Hello? Huh? Okay. Okay. I would like to ask a question about the rate of photosynthesis for the red light. Yeah. Okay. Because you said that the red light also gives more heat, ya, Mas? Heat energy, right? Or
We didn't say that.
what is it?
It's just that the red light increases the rate of photosynthesis.
Okay, so what variable or what aspect does the red light have to that makes the plant rate of photosynthesis higher? Yeah, what aspect of the red light or like what does it give so the plant rate of photosynthesis increase? Yeah.
No, it's not.
Or what does the red light have that the blue light doesn't have that makes the plant do more photosynthesis? Yeah, bro. It's not brother. Adam.
This is just a guess from me because I haven't done my own research, but I assume that if you see the spectrum, the red light has more frequent waves than blue light, and that frequent waves equals more energy, and that energy is used by the plant to perform photosynthesis.
Satisfied? Thank you. Let's see it. Ask Mr. Budi, is that correct? Mr. Ray, is that correct? No. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. No. From the end, yeah, for closing, yeah. Not yet closing. Okay, for the closing. Okay, please, the mission, tell us what do you think about your project in simple sentence.
Disaster.
Yeah?
A disaster.
In one sentence, yeah. What do you think about your project?
A disaster.
Simple. Okay, Gregory.
It might be a failure because one of the variables might not. There might be a controlled variable that I didn't notice and maybe didn't control. For example, like the pH of the water or something.
Okay, enough ya. Closing. Okay, thank you for group 2 ya, and okay, applause again to group 2. Okay, thank you. Please group 3, Hayden and Sarah. Okay, Mr. Lothar, please prepare one question. What happened? Okay, please come, Hayden and Sarah. Yeah, depan aja. Miguel, I think. Okay, thank you, Miguel. Okay, you may start.
Good morning, everyone. So today we're gonna present our experiment, namely what happened if we put green beans on bright light, less bright light, and no light. So green beans put in bright light and less light. The aim is to know which light will the green beans grow faster. The hypothesis is I think the bright light will make the beans grow faster. The tools is a plastic cup, light bulb, green beans, cotton, and water. Never mind. The aim of the experiment is to know using which light will the plant go faster. Using the bright light, less light, or no light. Never mind. My hypothesis is that one that is not using the light will take more time to grow. So first I put the green beans on the plastic cup, put the cotton in it, and put some water. So first one, I put next to the very bright lamp that I have at home, and I keep the light on for 24 hours. Each green beans I put on, and the other green beans that I put in less bright light, I put it also for 24 hours, and I put each day for only like 3 days. So this is the first one when I started doing the experiment. Go back. This is the one using the bright light, and as you can see, after the first day, it started to grow. See, it started to come out. And the final day, this is like yesterday or today, the plants already like almost grow all out. Yes. And the result too. This is like the less bright light. This is when I first started. And this is like the next day. I can see like there's one already grown. And it's like yesterday, all of it is already come out.
So this one is the one with no light. So it didn't really grow. You can see that the one with light grows faster than the one with no light. So I can jump to conclusions that light is needed when we grow something, because without it, it will slow down. And yeah, so basically, the one with light will grow faster than the one with no light.
So the conclusion is that the bright light takes 1 day for the plant to grow, and the less bright light takes 2 days to grow, and then like the no light takes 3 days.
Done? Okay. The bright light. Okay, my question. Okay, Hayden and Sarah, and in your conclusion, yeah, you write down the plan to grow. What's the meaning of the plan to grow? Do you have a plan?
Like the green beans, actually.
Plan to grow.
I mean,
Sorry, Miguel. Conclusion. You have conclusion. Yeah, the plans to
green
grow.
beans. Sorry.
Yeah. What's the meaning of the plans to grow?
I mean, it's like green beans. Sorry, it's the wrong.
Different terms. Okay. Okay. Before jury make a question, audience, sec 4 maybe. Yeah, audience, teachers. Okay, jury, please.
Guys, okay. Can you repeat the first slide? To the first slide. What is your aim of experiment? To know using which light will the green bean grow faster. What is the meaning? Light over here and grow over here.
Light.
Is it grow or is it germinate? That is different. Grow and germinate. Okay, secondary 4. Do you think grow and germinate is the same?
It's germinate.
They don't even know what is germinate. Okay, let me ask Keira.
I don't think my definition is exactly textbook accurate because I don't remember the exact definition, but germination itself is the process in which the seed becomes a seedling, while growth in general is just the plant growing. So like there's a difference between the two.
From JC student maybe? Do you know? What is the difference between germinate and growing in plant? Rafa, do you know the meaning? You don't. How about you, Sarah? What the meaning of germinate and grow? Do you know about the difference about these two words?
I forgot.
Answer with.
I forgot.
Cannot hear.
I forgot.
You forgot or you didn't know?
I know, but I forgot.
Forgot of what?
Yeah, I forgot.
So this is totally mistake. Okay. The hypothesis, I think the bright light will make the bean grow faster. Okay, show me which one is the one with the light, the bright light, which one is the... I cannot see the difference between the bright light, the dim light, and no light. Where is the experiment? Before in Greg experiment using red light and blue light, I can see it. But how about yours? I cannot see it. It seemed to me that is the same. This is, even you didn't put any label to it. Which one is the one? I cannot see any label of this. What is it? Is this only a green bean? It's seedling over there and germinate, try to grow. Germinate is the term,
It's
yeah?
only like the beans. This one is only like the beans.
This is
Only the beans.
the beans. With light and no light. What is the difference?
With
Bright light?
With light.
The meaning of bright light over there and dimmer light and no light. Which one is no light? No light. That is all the same to us. Isn't it, Bu? Coba.
Hasilnya beda, ma'am.
Pardon?
Hasilnya beda.
Not about hasilnya. You have to show us your experiment. Did you bring it? How you put the
I mean,
one?
I put
Okay,
it under
Sarah?
my bed. Sarah put it on her bed, so
Put into
under her bed.
under the bed.
Yeah.
Is it no light?
Yeah, no light.
How can you know it is no light?
I didn't put it under the bed. I put it in like.
Oh, you think, gitu. You thought, yeah. But let me ask Greg, how to make the experiment without light? What did you do to your experiment without light? You have 3 different, right? Red, blue, and no light. How you put no light over there? Come here. Give suggestion to them.
I put it in a completely dark room. No light enters it. I put it in a completely dark room. The basement.
Basement. Oh, but you still using the light. Any suggestion from other? How to make the room completely dark? Any? Yes?
Well, just put it inside the box.
That's just put inside the box. That's very easy, isn't it? What's your name again? Huh? Brian, yeah? That's from secondary 1. Thank you, Brian. That's a good idea. Yeah. You don't have that idea? Sorry? You don't. What a pity. So, next. Your experiment, how long did you take this?
Them 3 days.
3 days. And this germination, does it really grow? Why you put water over there? There is water, I see over there, right?
Yeah.
What is the water for?
To make the plants grow.
It is not plant yet.
yeah.
It is the germinate green. Okay. Did you Google and find the sources how to grow, how to let the bean
YouTube,
germinate?
yes. YouTube.
Germinate. Do you know? Do you know what is the factor that affect the beans to grow? Not to grow, to germinate. To germinate. Do you Google this, Sarah? No. Oh my goodness. So no resources over here. Good, very good one. So you return to secondary or not secondary? Primary maybe, yes, sir. Just now Mr. Budi say his son is doing the same. It is in secondary, not secondary, it is primary too. Do the same thing like this. Is it appropriate for you to do this in secondary 3 science project? What thing you have to do? What did you learn from this situation? Hayden, do you think your project is good enough for you?
Not really.
Not really, okay. What is your part in this experiment?
I didn't do any research. I only like Google or watch
You're
YouTube.
doing the research.
I watch YouTube how to do it and
Okay.
tell Sarah how to do it.
How about Sarah? What did you, your...
I told her. I sent her the YouTube link.
No. I will ask Hayden first. What did your part?
Do the one like the bright light and the less bright light.
Oh, did you do the experiment also in your house?
Yeah.
Okay, Sarah, did you Google?
No, but Hayden told me, Hayden sent me the YouTube video.
Pardon?
Just need
He
to,
closer.
Hayden sent me the YouTube video. Jadi, I just need to do.
So the one did this is Hayden only.
No.
Sarah also? Where is yours?
Hayden, that's me. Hayden, I did the one with no.
The one with no light.
Sorry?
I did the one with no light.
Hayden?
No light, with no light.
With the light.
She did it with no light.
So, how about you?
With light.
With light. And Sarah?
No light.
No light. Only two?
3 actually.
Who make the third one?
Me.
So you make two with light, different kind of light. How did you put it? Where?
I have like 2 lights that actually produces a very bright one and not really bright.
You mean the lamp?
Yeah.
Okay. I speak.
So, which one better to germinate? In light or no light?
In very bright light.
In bright light. Namely, to germinate, yeah, better if do in bright light, yeah.
Okay. If you Google, who can Google now? Casey, maybe you can Google, yeah? What is the best thing for seed to germinate? What condition? What condition for seed to germinate? What factor? What factor? What condition for seed to germinate? The best. This is the one, very easy one. Did you do this, Sarah? Or are you busy with doing TikTok? I think you're doing TikTok a lot, but not research. Water temperature. JC already showing, yeah? Water, it's already. Water, oxygen, and temperature. And there is light. To germinate is no light actually. Coba cek. Temperature, oxygen, and water only. There is no light. They don't need any light even. Gosh, a total disaster, right? Oh my God. Come on. Just Google. That's easy to find something like this. You need to repeat your experiment, I believe, yeah? Oh no, disaster. Oh, it's okay lah. 20% of your final exam, yeah? Not final exam, final report, yes, Miss Dioria. Okay, see, that is the result. Oh my God, that is germination. Seed, dormant. See, this is Mr. Ray try to go. Proper light. Seed require proper light. Also, some germinate better in full light. What kind of seed? Yeah. But to germinate, they just keep inside the one, yeah. Mung bean. Need darkness to germinate. Wow. See? There's so many. Oh, poor guys. Okay. You learn something from here? Okay. What did you learn? Okay. Final. Apa? Udah terakhir kali. Okay. Any word you want to say about your biophysics project? Biophysics project, guys. What a great thing. Come on.
Need more research.
Need more research for you, Hayden, yeah? You learn more about this. Okay, Sarah?
We need to use time wisely.
We need to use time wiser.
Yeah.
Are you wise enough now?
No.
Hopefully you are really understand about what you talked just now. Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody.
For secondary 3, I think please to come lab 3 ya, to fill reflection and peer assessment. Okay, for all, yeah, you have 15 minutes to break ya. Yeah, please come 9:50 ya.
Test. Halo, halo. Shall you please say something to check the sound?
Hello?
Shall you
Hello?
please say
Yeah?
something?
Hello? Is it heard?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Again, shall you please say
Hel-
something?
Hello?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So for Sec 4, Business and Chemistry and Math project, Group 1, which is Jing Tong Cha, please present your project.
Hello.
Okay, so good morning to all our dearest teachers and friends. We are the next group here to present for our project, and now let us start.
The content for the first one is math, bar graph, prediction, reasoning, statistical option. For the second one is for the business, organizing and operation, finance, break-even point.
Can you please be clearer and louder?
For the business is organizing and operation, finance, break-even point, cash flow report, and the statement of financial position. For the chemistry is college and start utilization.
Okay, so here's a very short 30 seconds video that introduces our project and also the product.
Relatively important because it isn't chewy, then the customers won't be satisfied eating it. The third one, pricing is too expensive, then people won't be willing to try it. For the tactical option, doing survey reading, statistical analysis, predictive, casual, descriptive, and talking measurement, normal, ordinal, and internal ratio. Doing survey enable us to know more about the preference of our customer or target market. This can improve our product better, that act as an added value, hence can attach more consumers to buy our product. Reading, for the second one, reading tactical analysis. This tactical analysis analyze our data, which what to us being able to force the possible continuous trend of our business and can be useful for future prediction and change. The third one is taking measurement. Taking measurement will allow us to recognize our target markets easier throughout the questionnaire, and this can further improve our business by doing according to their needs.
Okay, so starting from this slide, I'll be taking over the presentation. And beginning with organizing and operation, we're going to discuss about the task management, man management, time management, supplier selection, quality control, as well as productivity. Task management. For me personally, I mainly focus on creating the recipe, doing calculations which involve in cash flow reports, which will soon be presented, selling, and also organizing, such as organizing the presentation, planning, etc. The range for me, the range of duration for me to finish these tasks are from June 29th until December 12th. Right beside mine is Gilbert, and his tasks involve in researching for the chemistry part, otherwise known as starch gelatinization, that will be further explained soon, then selling the products and also supporting me when needed. The time when he did the tasks were also shown in the table. Soon will be Ken. He helped in buying some required raw materials like the plastic cups and helped to sell the products too. Last but not least will be Marvin, and I believe everybody is still quite familiar with his name. And he helped in graphic designing, which involves with the logo, posters, and also act as the multimedia controller, which is our official Instagram account. He was one of the owners that posted. And there's the management, Moving on to the next category, it is more or less similar to task management because it explains about which job the person does. But just in case, I'll repeat again a little. First with mines, it is creating the recipe, cooking, doing calculations, selling, and organizing. Gilbert's duty is to do research, help in selling, and to provide support. Meanwhile, Ken's duty is basically buying raw materials and to sell. For Marvin, he is the multimedia controller and as well as the supporter. Time management. So again, for time management, we are also more or less similar because we all start with planning the business first, then each of us finish our specified task. In my case, it is cooking, Gilbert is researching, Ken is buying, and also Marvin is to design. Then after all those were settled, we advertise and sell them. Afterwards, I began to organize all presentations, calculations with my teammates supporting me. Lastly, it wrapped up with the final report, which is right now. Supplier selection. Regarding supplier selection, I summarized all ours and it mostly came from Taiwan or was bought online. This is because certain tapioca starch is sold in Taiwan, and since during that time I'm still there, hence I've bought them. Next, for straws, plastic cups, they are all bought online because it is more convenient, so we don't have to search around. And sometimes it will be cheaper if you have discounts, coupons, etc. Quality control. Moving on to quality control, we first ensure that our boba's texture will be chewy, not too hard nor too soft, and that the base, which is the milk tea, will be flavorful, so it wouldn't be too plain. And of course, it has to be fresh. Our boba is not made the night before and sold the day after, but on the same day when we sell them. Productivity. Finally, about productivity, I actually kind of split them into 4 statements to make it easier to read. But anyway, our productivity for selling is that we do it once per 2 weeks, and each time we sell an average of 12 to 13 cups. The total number of times we sell them is 3. Hence, overall, we sold 38 cups. Okay, so now I'll be explaining about the finance, which is calculating a bunch of profits, revenue, etc. But before starting, I would like to give a slight heads up that in this finance and all, we didn't include water, electricity fee, because the cooking is done in my house, but technically, since we live in the company's dorm, so all those bills are paid by them, not us. And we also checked with the teachers, they said that it'll be fine, so I didn't include it inside the reports. All right, beginning with the fixed costs, it is the plastic cups, logo sticker, Assam tea, and these are all placed here because we didn't finish them during the project. Thus, they became one of the assets. So as we see over the fixed cost here, it is shown that the plastic cups, 100 pieces, will cost for rupiah 44,000. Logo stickers with 125 pieces cost for 51,875 rupiah. And 600 grams of Assam tea is 55,000 rupiah. Hence, in total, the fixed cost will be 150,875 rupiah. Then there's this variable cost that is directly linked to the production, and it is divided into 3: milk tea, boba, and packaging. So milk tea, it includes the Nestle creamer, and we use 16 packs, 7,000 times 7,950, which is its cost per pack, and in total it was 107,200 rupiah. Sugar will be 950 grams times by 13.5, so we kind of just divide and find the cost per gram. And in total, it will be about 12,825 rupiah. For boba, we have the tapioca starch. We use 600 grams and times by 38, it is 22,800 rupiah. Brown sugar, we use 240 grams times by 73.4, which is 17,616 rupiah. And finally, for the packaging, we have the straws. We use 38 units, and per unit is around 415. Hence, in total, is 15,717 rupiah. So overall, the variable cost will be 196,211 rupiah. To calculate the total cost, it's basically fixed cost plus by variable cost, and in total, the cost will be 347,886 rupiah. For revenue, I divided into 3 different dates because we saw them 3 times. For the first one is on September 30, 2022. We sold 5 cups, and per cup is 20,000. So in total, we have a revenue of 100,000. On October 3, 2022, we have 2 different prices because we did a little bit of promotional pricing to the teachers only during that day. And in total, we have 290,000 rupiah. On October 25th, it is there's also one of them is 15,000 because one of the buyers, they only bought the milk tea without the boba, and So we don't charge them with the same price, and in total we have revenue of 375,000. Hence, overall the revenue is 765,000 rupiah. The profit, which is basically revenue subtract by the total cost, will be 417,914 rupiah. Okay, so here is the break-even point. It is basically when we gain no profit nor loss, and there's actually a formula to calculate in order to check your BEP. It is fixed cost divided by selling price subtract by your variable cost, and the calculation is shown here. For the graph, I drew it by hand, so I apologize for the quality. But as you can see, the intersection there is basically the break-even, and it lands on 10 for the x-axis, which is also the same as the calculation I did. Hence, it is the break-even point. So there's this cash flow report. Over here, if we look at the cash inflow, the receipt total inflow is basically the revenue because we don't have any external inflows such as the receivables. So it is basically using the revenue. And during the first selling, we gain a total of 100,000. Second one is 290,000, and the last is 375,000. So for cash outflow, the cash purchases, I search for the variable cost first and multiply by the amount of cups I sold. So the total outflow will be the same because again, I then calculate the electricity, water fee, and there's this net cash flow, which is cash inflow subtracted by the cash outflow. And here's our closing and opening balance. For opening balance, I start with 0 because we don't have any capital investment or anything. And for the closing balance, it's 553,298. Okay, the last one is about statement of financial position, and it is very short because we didn't include the electricity and water fee. But anyways, we have this current asset, and it is inventories with cash balance. Inventory is basically the leftover raw materials cost, and in total it is 42,480. With the shareholders' equity, I made it as 0 because again we don't have income or anything. And the retained profit, we use it from the last closing balance, which is 553,298.
Okay. So what is starch? Starch is a polymeric carbohydrate, or you could also call it polysaccharide, which is produced by all green plants, and is also an essential source of diet for both animals and humans. And it is also insoluble in water. Starch gelatinization is the process of starch granules turning into gelated starch. And it will go through 4 processes, which are granule swelling, the first process, double helical melting, the second process, amylose leaching, the third process, and finally, retrogradation. These are images. All right, granule swelling. So in this process, the starch granules will swell irreversibly when it is heated in water at around 50 degrees Celsius because of the water molecules entering the amorphous space of the starch granules. The next stage is double helical melting. After the starch granules swell, the water will enter the double helical structures of the amylopectin, which is also known as the crystal regions of the starch. Water cannot enter the amylopectin at ambient temperatures, which is why the starch is heated, causing the amylopectin to diffuse, which will also lead to the decrease in number and also the size of the crystalline regions. Amylose leaching. The amylose chains that are from the amylopectin will separate and turn into an amorphous form, and it will leach into the surrounding water. The mixture will thicken as the amylose leaches into the surroundings. Finally, retrogradation. Retrogradation is the recrystallization of starch as a result of the amylose and the amylopectin chains realigning into a more crystalline structure. The mixture is also cooled, which will make it thicken even more and become a gel at about 38 degrees Celsius. The gelated starch will also gradually thicken when it is chilled for extended periods of time. And these are the factors that affect starch gelatinization. First off, we have water. Starch gelatinization requires the right amount of water so that starch granules can absorb the water and swell. The amount of water needed depends on the amylose and amylopectin content of the starch. The second is temperature. Starch usually gelatinizes in the heating. Large starch granules gelatinize at lower temperatures, while small starch granules gelatinize at a higher temperature. The third is pH. A pH below 4 will decrease the viscosity of the gelated starch. And time, the fourth one. The longer you store the starch, this will lead to a higher amount of starch gelatinization, and also the starch will thicken even more as it is cooled for a longer period of time. The fifth is stirring. Stirring, although constant stirring is required to ensure that there is uniform consistency and to prevent lump formation, much stirring will also lead to agitation of the mixture and may also lead to premature rupturing of the starch. The sugar will compete with the starch for the availability of the water, and thereby also decreasing the onset of gelatinization and may also inhibit complete gelatinization. And finally, fats and proteins. The fats and proteins will form a layer around the starch granules, which will restrict the starch granules from absorbing water, and it will also delay gelatinization as a result. And these are the citations that we used to find the information.
Thank you.
Right, so Q&A session has been open. Is there anybody want to ask from the floor to this group? Yes, Mr. Ray.
Okay, basic simple question actually for you, yeah. So the question is like this. What do you think the feasibility of this product? And if you compare that your product is quite common, yeah? So boba, milk tea, whatever. So we've got lots of people selling boba, milk tea and everything. What is your competitive advantage? Question number one. And then question number two, should you try to roll this into general market out there, public? Do you think you will survive? If yes, why? If no, why not? Thank you.
It's similar to a unique selling point. So the unique selling point of our product, aside that it is mostly handmade, is that our boba isn't as dark as the ones that are in certain shops that are sold. Because in some shops, actually their boba is very dark not because of their brown sugar, but because of food coloring. So if you see from our previous image, one of them, our color of the boba is actually not as dark as the ones that are shown in that are sold in public, because we didn't use any food coloring. And also, additionally, the amount of creamer that we use are surely not as much as the ones sold outside. Hence, the color of our milk tea is darker. So that, which means that our product compared to the others will be slightly healthier at least. And for selling it to the general market, to be honest, I think it will be kind of difficult for us because we do not have the capital investments, which is like the technology and stuff, right? It is actually very difficult for us to make the bobas because it has to be done by hand. And as you see that we only sell them 2 weeks once, it is because that the amount of time taken to make it is hard. And plus, by nowadays, there's a lot of competitors that are very hard and difficult to compete with, like Koi, Chat Time. They already have their added value and brand, right? But for us, we do not have. So it will be harder for us to actually take over with the market and compete against them.
Is there any other questions from the floor?
Okay, thank you for this group. So can I see your bar graph presentation? I want to ask something. Yeah, so if we see your chart, we can assume that for the first batch, it's like less than 100,000, right? Your profit, right?
Yes.
The second one is 210,000, and the third one is around 270,000, right?
Yes.
So we can say that the profit on the second batch is like around 3 times of the if you compare with the first batch, right?
Yes.
But my question, yeah, if someone only see the height of the bar, yeah, someone can misinterpret the result, and he said that like your profit on the second batch is like 1,000 of times than the first batch. Do you agree with that statement or not?
Yes.
If I saw from only the height of the bar, yeah, I don't see the value of the number.
So only by the bar of the...
Yeah, if I saw the height of the bar, do you think is there any possibility someone can misinterpret that or not?
Yes.
So my question, what do you think the reason that cause of that misinterpretation?
Because that for the first one, not many students know that we were selling, and for the second one, because of many people were buying it.
Could you repeat?
No, can you repeat the question?
What do you think the reason someone can misinterpret the number of profit from the second into the first batch? What do you think the reason? If they only saw about the height of the bar, If we see the number, we know that the number of profit on the second batch is like 3 times, right?
Yes.
But if someone only see about the height of the bar, can someone misinterpret that? Oh, I think the profit on the second batch is like 1,000 of times. It's like, because if you compare the height of the first and the second batch, it's like very significantly different, right?
Yes, sir.
So it has like misinterpretation, right?
Yes.
Now, what do you think the reason that caused that misinterpretation, do you think? And how do you revise that, do you think? Less than 1,000 baht. Secondary.
Mr. What do you mean by precipitation?
The graph, I think someone can misinterpret, right? Because the height of the bar, it doesn't show it like 3 times if you compare the second with the first, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, so do you think is it weird or not? Because we know that it's just only like 3 times, right? If you compare the second with the first, right?
Yes.
But why, if I saw only the height of the bar, someone can misinterpret. I think that the profit on the second time is like thousands of times compared with the first batch. Can I say that or not? Do you agree or not? Do you agree if I only saw the height of the bar? Do you agree if I interpret that the profit on the second batch is like thousands of times than the first batch?
By only looking at the bar, right?
Huh? Yeah, if I saw about the height, from the height of the bar.
Yes, if it's only from the bar only, it's much bigger than 3 times.
Nah, so what do you think the reason someone can misinterpret that information? What do you think the cause of the misinterpretation of that?
So actually the graph, yeah, it's kind of very different. This is why the first batch is actually an outlier, and it is because during the first batch we didn't make as many products as the ones for the second time and the third time. So it is basically we only sold like for basically around 5 cups, and therefore the proportion of the bar will also be smaller compared to the others. So this is one of the costs, and because of the scale that has to be according to the pattern, hence it looks like it's very small compared to the other two. Oh yeah, this is not like using the average amount of cups. We actually calculated by using per amount of cups we sold. So the first time it will be relatively low compared to the other two.
Okay, maybe I will change the question. What do you think, yeah, if you start to make the scale of the y-axis, which is the profit, how do you think if you start make it from 0, do you think it will prevent that misinterpretation or not? If you start to make the y-axis starting from 0.
I think, yeah, it would be better probably if we started with 0. But because I feel like if the scale there is too much, then people cannot really see like the amount of profit that we gain for the second time and the third time. But if judging about the proportion, I think, yeah, if we start with 0, it will be better. So we're sorry for this.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's from me. Thank you.
Okay, just yeah, because this one for the chemistry part is beyond your use. So I just want to ask about your experience during doing this project. For the gelatination part, is there any difficulties you encounter during the process of making this boba?
Can you repeat?
Can you share the experience? Is there any difficulties on the gelatination?
To be honest, there wasn't really much difficulty. Just that I think it's just like the thickness is like too thick. Technically, there's no any problem. Went smoothly, in my opinion.
Okay, when it is too thick, then what would you do then?
If it's too thick, we will like reset, like make it again to see if we can make it the perfect one for the second one.
So you repeat the process of making.
Yes.
Until it's get the shapes or the boba that you want.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can you share what did you learn from this project then? What did you learn from this project? An experience one you want to share with us?
Like
Please share your experience. What did you learn from this project, doing this project?
Experience.
Experience. The experience that we do is when the first time that we make it, we left the boba too long at the stove. And because that we left the boba too long at the stove, it kind of make it thicker than it's supposed to be.
Can you please be clearer? We cannot hear you though.
Can you repeat the question? I'll answer it, I guess.
Yeah, please. Yeah, you can answer the question.
Can you repeat it again? I'm so sorry.
I'm just asking about your experience for this project. Then.
Yeah.
Sharing your
Oh,
experience.
okay. So the experience. Okay, so for basically the experience is that we first from the production process, we first create the like the quote unquote dough itself by using the tapioca starch, and then we kind of divided them to small squares, so it will be easier for them to swell, and it will be easier for them to actually be cooked. And after they are divided, we cook them, and we basically like kind of like boil them, which is kind of which is the first step of the starch gelatinization. We heat them up, and the starch will begin to swell. So and it thickens, etc. And after that, after they swell and after they are cooked, we kind of filter it with distilled water first because of the thickness of the starch. It will be harder to take them up, right? So we kind of filter them with distilled water first, so it will be easier for them to be picked up. And after that, we basically just sell them, and that's the overall process and experience.
No more questions, Mr. Yudi? Okay. Is there any question from the floor? No? Right. Okay, there's several things that I haven't actually can put in my rubric. It's been not actually answered. It's about your market research, your business plan, promotions. Well, right, so right. how you conduct your business, your market research? Think you can, maybe Ken or Gilbert, because I can in your presentation that you in charge of research, right? What kind of research is that? Is that including market research or what?
No, it's just I did research about the chemistry part.
What?
I did research about the chemistry part.
The chemistry part.
Yeah, about starch.
So you're not doing the business part.
Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu. So you're not doing the business part at all.
I did.
Both of you. Okay, that's answer questions. So if I ask about your business plan to two of you here, I suggest you cannot answer that either. Right, okay. Now about quality controls. So you kind of in charge of chemistry, right? Ish. Right. How you conduct your quality control in this thing? And this boba.
Can you repeat? Sorry, sir.
How you conduct your quality control?
Control about what, sir?
Quality control about your boba, about your product.
Like
You cannot just throw away your product to someone else, right? Let's just eat this or something, right?
Yes.
You have to do some quality control.
Yes.
And how you do that?
Mr. What do you mean by quality control?
Repeat that again?
What do you mean by quality control?
You don't know about the quality control of your product. You don't do quality control on your product. Right, okay. I think if Xiao, you can answer that, maybe? It's actually...
Okay, so for the quality control for the boba, it's chewy, right? So this is, I believe it's slightly related to the chemistry part because the starch will be thickened, right? So when it's thickened, then it will ensure that the texture is more chewy. But in order to double check that the boba is tasted or the texture is on its optimum, we usually try like doing a taste test first. Yeah, and then for the flavor, basically we ensure that the amount of the ratio of the tea and also the water is with also the duration, because we have a specified time of how long the tea should be cooked to ensure that the flavor will be out. And the last one is about freshness, because again, as I said before, the bobas that we make are not the night before, but on the D-Day when we actually sell them. So this is how we kind of like control our quality.
So I just want to ask you again about how you make sure that your boba is chewy, to make sure that when you produce that way, stay that way. Right. So I just want to ask, how you can make sure your boba is that chewy, and you produce a boba that chewy all the same because you produce several times, right?
Yes.
So
Okay,
consistently
so
that chewy.
we also
How?
basically how we ensure that it's chewy is just like doing some taste tests. So if it's not like, let's say if it's too soft, then we'll repeat the process or like add cold water, because adding cold water actually makes the boba more chewy instead of it being soft. And also because of the process of starch gelatinization, right? It thickens the starch, hence it will become swollen and it will taste like chewier instead of like its initial, yeah, appearance and stuff. So
Okay. One more thing. Let me see your finance area. Right. Well, your profit here is 300 and 300 have 47,086, right? But yeah, then this one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, down the profit, right? The profit, right?
The profit is
Yeah, profit. Oh, sorry, 400. Sorry, 400.
417,
17,914.
Yes.
Right. Okay. But then let me see your statement of financial statement. No, the other. Yes. How your retained profit is 553, 298. Can you answer that?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, this number is different, right? 500 and 500, 53, 296, 298, sorry, right? That's your retained profit, right?
Yes.
But then before you said that your profit is
417.
417,914. How is that possible? So, how is that possible? How does that happen? Which one is the right one? This one or that one?
This one.
You sure?
Yes.
How can you be sure?
Because 765 is the revenue, and for the 347 is the total of the variable cost.
So that's 400. That's the right one.
Yes.
Not the retained profit one.
No.
Again.
Sorry, sir, can you repeat?
Yeah, why is different? Why the profit different? You said retained profit is 553 something, right? That's the cash flow. The cash flow bukan profit. Right then. Okay. Yes. Time's up. So, yeah. Your time is up though.
Okay, maybe this is the last question for me. Can you see again the bar graph? Can I see again the bar graph? Maybe I wanna ask Ken and Gilbert. Yeah, Ken, Gilbert, do you think this data is important or not? Do you think? The third, yeah, 34th.
Yes.
Do you think this data is important or not, Ken?
Yes.
What's for, do you think?
Because this one tells of how much that we sold for the first
Sorry,
batch.
Ken, clearer, sorry.
Because by using when we make the bar graph, they show us how much we make for the first batch, the second batch, third and fourth batch, and we can see what is the profit between each batch.
Thank you. So, is there any purpose after you collect the three data that you can think that you can use for the next? Do you think you can use this data for what?
So when we sold for the next batch, we can do better than the previous batch.
So what we call that? To forecast to forecast the fourth batch, yeah. So you
Yes.
can use the data history to predict about how many number of the profit that you will get in the future.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Ken.
Right. So, time is up. So, next group, please. Thank you. You can be seated. Yes. Next group.
Checking Miss Susan, can you hear me? Miss Susan, can you hear me? Probably busy. Thank you.
Hello, test, test. Anyone can hear me? Hello?
All right, everyone. Good morning. We are from the group Fiorire, a fancy word, you might say, which means blossom. You might think that we are a oddball compared to our other classmates groups. Why? Because we sell something different. Here's our introduction. What do we sell? Well, we sell decorative bar hand soap. You might have seen it before. Let me show you an example because I brought one for this presentation. It might be too small for you to see, but you may. Right, so that's the bar hand soap. And we made it look cute because, you know, we need a selling point.
Okay. And for the ingredients, we have 5 main ingredients and 1 additional ingredient. The first one is virgin coconut oil. It offers moisture for the skin, creates a barrier so it traps the water. Hence, it provides a longer and moisturizing effect to the skin. The second one is sugar to give moisture to the skin and to increase soap suds. The third one is water to dissolve sodium hydroxide so it can react with oil and start the saponification process. As the soap cures, water will evaporate and will create a harder, long-lasting bar. The fourth one is sodium hydroxide. It is to saponify oils, meaning that it will help the forming of soap from oil, fat, leather, and foam. The last one is vegetable glycerin, a natural humectant that will work to moisture the skin by attracting the moisture from the air to the skin outer layer, and also form a protective layer that prevents moisture loss. And additional ingredients for the opaque soap is titanium dioxide. It is a natural mineral pigment that can be used to lighten the color of soaps and in order to make the color of the soap. So for the first 2 months we always sell in cell in the middle of a month, and 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 at the end of the month we prepare for the sales for the next month. In the beginning of December, however, we have to sell the third batch of soap at that time, because well, you know the reason. The plan for each month, the plan is to sell 40 soaps per month, or 10 soaps per week, but we can't produce soaps weekly.
Now, how soaps are made. Soaps are made by the process of saponification reaction, which is the reaction of hydrolysis of an ester in order to form an alcohol and salt of carboxylic acid. And note that hydrolysis of an ester is a reaction that breaks ester bond with a molecule of water or hydrogen ion. The reaction equation for this reaction is triglyceride with a strong base that turns into
Can you be louder, please?
into 3-metallic salt carboxylates with glycerol. In here, the strong base we use is sodium hydroxide. We don't use potassium hydroxide, which is another example of a strong base. It is because sodium hydroxide is used to make a hard soaps, which have higher melting point than soap that uses potassium hydroxide, which explains why soap bars are called hard soaps, since the one that break the ester bonds of the fatty acids of triglycerides is the hydroxide ions from the sodium hydroxide. The alcohol produced from the reaction is in the form of a simple trihydric alcohol, which is also called as glycerol. Glycerol itself will also act as a humectant, which will prevent the soap from becoming dry and will leave moisturizing and hydrating effect for the soap.
Right, so you might be wondering, what the heck is going on in this picture? Let me explain. So what I believe my buddy Darlene here forgot to explain is about the polar sides of the soap. So these tiny molecules are soap molecules. The tail is nonpolar. Why? Because it's made from CH. Polar is CO. Nonpolar is CH. Check your element table. So nonpolar, as you might see here, dirt is nonpolar. Funny thing is that the rule here, nonpolar meets nonpolar, attach. Polar meets polar, attach. Now see, dirt is nonpolar. Water is polar. So that means that the nonpolar side of the soap sticks to the dirt, the polar side sticks to the water, which makes the dirt wash away with the water. Now, as you can see, here, the soap has entirely covered the dirt. Wow, amazing. So, when you wash your hands, the dirt sticks to the soap. And when you wash it all down with water, the dirt gets carried away. Yay! So that is what happens when you use soap. Yay! Next slide. Who's next?
So pH test. pH testing is very important in soap making to know in case the soap are not ready to be used on the skin. Handmade soap are usually alkali with a cleansing power in a safe group of pH around 8 until 10 to be used on the skin. Since above 11 can be too harsh on the skin and cause irritation. Our soap are safe to use since the pH of our soap are at 9, meaning that it is safe to use for the skin. But it has slightly less cleansing power than pH of 10, but it still moisturizes the skin.
Right, anyway. So what we learned from business, we learned something called the 4P, aka place, price, promotion, and product. Now, the place for our business is definitely we sell at school. You might have seen us wandering around selling our soap. Is it correct? Right. So we sell at school. We also promote on Instagram. As you can see, that's our page. Thank you. Anyway, so that's our product right there. We have different types of soaps. We made 3 batches. The first 2 batches are similar. The third batch is special for Christmas edition. Woo! Right, so the price for our soap is generally 20,000. But when it's discounted, it's 15,000. And that is our proportional method, which is discounting. Anyway.
So in task management in production, there is soap making, packaging, and labeling. That is the task given to Kelly and Darlene. And for marketing, which include online marketing, traditional marketing, and design, given to Darlene and me. And lastly is financing, which is given to Alexis. And for the time management, for the production, it takes 2 to 3 weeks before the release time. Marketing takes 1 or 2 days before the release time. And the release time at least once a month when the batch is ready.
Okay, so I'll explain quality control specifically. I have brought the evidences for our failed products. So these are our failed products. Our quality control includes whether the soap has a nice color. Now, as you can see from the failed product here, the color is mixed. And because it looks a little not like we expected, we don't sell it. If the soap doesn't have the same shape as the mold, we don't sell it. If the soap sweats, yes, soap sweats, we don't sell it. Next slide.
So for this project, we did secondary research because of being unable to conduct surveys. Primary research due to the limited of time and lack of willing participants, which results that washing hands and being sanitary is especially important in times of pandemic. But now, the pandemic isn't as severe as it is used to be back in 2020 to 2021. Hand sanitizers are no longer the trend, but aesthetic things are trending greatly in social media. For our planning, our original plan is 10 soaps bar per week, which also 40 soaps bar each month. And our target market is people over the age of 11 to 14 who like aesthetic things and cute looking items. People who look for interesting looking things such as gifts for others can also buy our soaps, since our soaps can also be used as souvenirs due to its decorative designs.
Alright, so here are the here's our cash flows report. So we only got our cash inflows are from receipts. So the total inflow is essentially the same as our receipt. As for the cash outflow, we have to cash outflow. The cash outflows from cash purchase, gas and water. And for the not cash cash flow. We barely got a profit in October, but we got millions in November. That's probably due. I have to thank my mother for this. For December, for December, we definitely got more profit than in October, but way less profit in November. All right, now. So this is the break even graph in October. This
Alexis.
what?
So initially, we sell the soap with the price of 20,000 rupiah. And as you see here from the BEP formula, we got the BEP at 8.3. And the demand starts to decrease after the 10 soap. Hence, we decrease the price in order to attract more customers due to its lower price, which is 15,000 rupiah. We can also decrease the price here since we already reached the BEP.
This is the BEP graph for November. And as you can see, in November we have the most profit. The yellow line represents the revenue, which is 2,645,000. The red line is the total cost, which is electricity, gas, and water. The red line is the variable cost times the unit. The green line is the fixed cost, which is electricity 50,000, gas 30,000, and water 20,000. And the BEP is still the same, which is 8.3. All right. So here's the December's break-even graph. The color of the lines are actually the same as in October. So total cost is blue, revenue is red, and fixed cost is yellow. We still have a break-even point of 8.3 soaps, or rather 9 soaps.
Right. I will be explaining the presentation from here on out. Let's be real for a second. Please ignore this for now. Focus on October, November, and December. Okay? Right. So you can see the curve went from up here and then down. Tragic, I know. Right. Anyway, you might be asking, if December is this low, why the heck is the prediction this high? Let me explain. Now you see, these gracious teachers only gave us 1 week to sell in December, so we weren't given a chance to sell on Christmas. Outrageous! Thank you, sir. So, if my prediction was correct, and if we get a whole month of December to sell, then this should be somewhere up there, taller than me. So that means December should be the cluster. What is a cluster? Cluster is basically the graph that has the most data, aka the highest graph you can see. So in my prediction, our prediction actually, this is supposed to go up there and then drops down on January. But why is January higher than November? We have to consider that January has an event called Chinese New Year. We can make a new batch,
Chinese New Year themed. And that can gain more attention. See? So, January is more interesting than November, supposedly. I'm sorry, Kira. But anyway, that is why the January prediction is higher than November, because it has an event. And we can attract more customers because of that event, in which the customers will want to buy the soaps to give to a loved one, because it's a cute gift. Trust me. So, as I said before, this is the cluster. This is supposedly the tail, because it has the lowest graph data. Now, statistical options to increase our sales. We have 3 choices, I guess. Survey, statistical publications, and taking measurements. Why survey? Survey may help us identify what the customer prefers, especially in this school, because we are selling in this school mostly. So we need to identify the direct and preference in the school, which is why we use, survey might be a good statistical option to increase sales as a primary research method. Why statistical publications? Well, secondhand research is cheaper and quicker, so statistical publications can be helpful for us to identify what the trends are at this day. Taking measurements. Now, it might be important to measure business activity, since variables will change and it will tell us things that have changed. It will also help businesses identify their strengths and weaknesses. So, evaluation. What is the best method? Well, we think survey. Why? Because it provides direct data required by this project specifically. It can gather large statistical data. It is cost effective because Google Forms doesn't require money to make. And it can be developed in less time. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
What's that? Right, it's time for Q&A. Maybe Mr. Ray? Is there anyone from the floor want to ask?
So before you say that you say that before CO is polar, whereas CH is not.
Electronegativity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you see the table of elements, excuse me, if you see the table of elements, the elements C and H are nearby to each other. And so the electronegativity isn't that large. The difference of electronegativity isn't that large between C and H. Therefore, they become nonpolar. But when it comes to C and O, there are a few boxes difference in the table of elements, which means the electronegativity difference is quite large. And the difference in electronegativity is 0.5. And any electronegativity that is larger than 0.4 is counted as polar. So hence, therefore, CO is polar. Does that satisfy your question? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Is there any?
Okay, I have a question. So, what pricing method did you use, and why did you use the pricing method, and what's the opportunity cost of using the pricing method?
Okay, so I have my answer now. After a discussion with my teammates, we decide that our pricing method is competitive pricing. Why? Because we compare the prices of the other soap businesses, the ones in the same market selling aesthetic hand bar soap, and we lower our prices based on the average of those other businesses in the market, which is why it's competitive pricing. Is that okay?
James, is it okay? Okay, okay. So for this group, I have question from Miss Susan, yeah. If the trend continues like that, yeah, up and down and take turns monthly, how to get a more accurate prediction, let's say of selling in December 2030? Because when you present your bar chart, it's like up and down and take turns monthly, right? So what do you think, how to get a more accurate prediction, let's say selling in 2030? Do you have any methods to forecast the selling in December 2030? Thank you. Do you have any idea what kind of approach to predict your forecast more accurate if your data is extremely up and down, do you think?
Sir, please give us a few more minutes to discuss.
Okay, okay.
So the method that we will use is by giving people form and giving them questions whether they're still interested in these kind of things or not. And from the statistical data, it will give us more precise for the future.
Sorry.
So we will give people forms and ask one of the question in the form we will give like whether they're still interested in this kind of things or not. And from the data that we get, we can predict precisely will for the future.
So you mean like you make a survey first to predict about your net? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Sir, please give time for the other groups, sir. No more questions.
Okay, so for the long term, are you going to rely on like the school environment and family and other associates to buy your product? As in, like, are you going to expand your market? And how are you going to expand your market?
If you're talking realistically, I doubt that we will have the abilities to continue our business, considering that we aren't talented in the business field, so this project will be discontinued.
So you're not going to expand your market?
No. Sir, please give time for the other groups, sir. I want to see them suffer too.
Okay, if there is another question, then yeah, thank you, group 2, yeah, Kaylin and Darlene and Alvin and Maxwell. Yeah, give applause to them. Okay, now it's next group. The third group will be Kira, yeah. Kira. Kira, Abel, Gabriel, and Keenan. Yeah, the product is ice cream.
Yes. Good morning, everyone, friends and students and teachers alike. Now we are about to start our final project presentation for our business and chem and math project.
Okay, for the introduction part,
here's a table content that we use are introduction, execution, mathematics, and then planning, chemistry, and then go to then conclusion. Okay, start from introduction. Today our business, our topic gonna use is ice cream. The one. The title of our business is creamy tollers. This word is coming from French words, which is creamy, and its meaning is cream and stars. This is our idea for business called ice cream. So this is the image of product, and also for the logo. So our market research is the information is cookies and cream flavor is the second most favorite ice cream flavor that most kids likes. And the marketing strategy is our product is our ice cream with cookies cups, and flavor is cookies ice cream and chocolate. That's the planning, but we choose the cookies ice cream for the price is pricing strategy is penetration pricing, cost plus pricing, and competitive pricing. The price we direct selling, sold directly to the producer, from the producer to the consumer. The promotion is by advertising using social media. And business plan. Our business plan is 2W plus 1H, selling ice cream, making hard serve ice cream and selling at school, primary and secondary students, teachers, and family. Competition is competitors are fellow groups in Sec 4 also doing the project, and especially in primary, other students setting up stalls. Success metrics, selling a product, reaching breaking point.
So after we had our planning, we eventually narrowed it down so that our product, we came to the final decision that our product will we will be selling the ice cream with cookies and cream flavor and without additional things such as cookie cups. And the place, we still chose direct selling and in the primary and secondary area. And the price we still chose, we ended up choosing penetration pricing. And as for promotion, we use advertising through persuasive specifically through the use of Instagram and spreading the information to people. And now we are about to go to the task division for this project. The first being me, I am the group leader, and I am usually tasked with the overall management of the group. And second is Abel, he is the co-group leader, and his job is as the main ice cream maker, and he is also the finance person. Gabriel basically is the group member, and he is the substitute ice cream maker as well as market researcher. And Keenan is a group member who also is an assistant ice cream maker.
Okay, so the recipe are whipped cream, milk, Oreo, and condensed milk, plus salt. And then the supplier is from Ria Junction, Borma, and Super Indo. Okay, here's all the documentation for. Okay, here's our timeline that actually our sales from to the secondary, then to all the way to the primary school. So starting starting from 13 October into 2020, 22, it's already first batch that's sold from the secondary and to the parents. On 29 November, we have a second batch that sold to secondary and also to one teacher. Until 8 December, we have third batch that sold to the primary students. And lastly, our fourth batch to be sold to primaries, to the teachers, and also to the students.
So you might be wondering why the last sales are actually very, very late behind, and that is mainly because we were selling to primary. So the primary has different schedule than us secondary, and it was hard for us to find time to be able to sell during their breaks. It was only during the exam time that by the time we finished the exams, the primary students began their lunchtime, so it opened up a pathway for us to be able to sell to the primary students.
So anyways, this is our quality control. Yesterday we asked several primary students to ask if the flavors remain the same, and most of them they said that half of the students said that the flavor is too milky, remain the same. I mean, and some students also said that the ice cream has too much milk in it. Next, this is our financial report covering the cost, revenue, and profit. So for the cost, it is divided into parts: the fixed cost and variable cost. For fixed cost, there are cups, spoons, icebox, and sticker, and the total cost for that is around 187,500. And for the variable cost, it consists of electricity, fuel consumption, and also the ingredients. And the total for the variable cost is around 555,670. And that makes the whole total cost, the variable cost plus the fixed cost, into 741,170. Anyways, now the revenue that we got from the sales. On the first batch, we sold around 11 cups, which means that times our product price, which is 15,000, will make 100,000 and 165,000. On the second batch, we sold around 13 cups, and that we earned around 125,000 from the second batch. And third batch, we sold 16 cups, which makes our income of 240,000. The fourth batch, we sold around 18 cups, which gives us 270,000. And there are also some people that says keep the change, and that's around 8,000 only. That makes our total revenue into 878,000. And therefore the profit is 136,830. That's we get that from minusing the revenue with the total cost. And so this is our break-even chart. As you can see, the total output there is 80, because in each batch we could have sold around 20 cups. So 20 times 4 equals 80. So that's our capacity output. And then as for our revenue or costs in rupiah, it's around 1,200,000. And as you can see here, the break-even point is around 23.2
for the output.
So now we will begin with the chemistry part of the actual ice cream making. So what is actually the factors that actually are involved within ice cream making that are involved in chemistry? One of them is the fact that ice cream is a colloid mixture. And basically, a colloid mixture is a mixture containing dispersed particles, and usually the dimensions are from 1 until 10 nanometers. And the components of the colloid is that they have a dispersed phase and a dispersion medium. The characteristics of a colloid is that first, their particles are large enough to scatter light. This is called the Tyndall effect. And this is why most colloid mixtures appear cloudy or opaque. Some colloidal particles can consist as hundreds of molecules, but some can only just exist as one, such as a protein. And milk is a common colloid that is found in daily life. And now we move on to emulsion. Emulsion is actually a type of colloid where two liquids that are usually not soluble in the other are forcibly blended, and one liquid breaks into the colloidal droplets, which disperse throughout the other. And sometimes in emulsions, the droplets will coalesce. Basically, it means that they will join together and separate from the other liquid. And hence why we need substances called emulsifying agents or emulsifiers. These are used to prevent the emulsion from coalescing. So basically, this is just an example-ish. So the first picture up here, it talks about how the particles scatter light. And there we see that there's a solution of water and red sugar. This is called a homogeneous mixture where everything is blended in and that the particles are dispersed evenly. While in a colloidal mixture of flour and water, the particles are able to scatter the light and thus it becomes brighter. And in that milk, underneath you can see that there's a molecule that is called casein micelle, otherwise known as the protein casein, which acts as the emulsifying agent in milk. So what does all of that, previously explained by me, has to do with ice cream? So the first is that ice cream is a mixture containing fat from the milk, fat and water from milk, cream, and ice. And this renders it as an emulsion. The components come from the fats, which come from both the milk and the cream, while the proteins come from the milk. And the emulsifier are the proteins that are present in the milk, which prevent the fat droplets from coalescing and joining together. By coating it in a thin membrane, and as both of them have like polar charges, they repel each other and prevent each other from coalescing.
So our fixed cost is 187,500, and our variable cost is 6,900, and the total cost is 741,000 and our profit is 136,000.
So this is the profit batch graph, and the reason before anything is stated first, there is an outlier. Very clearly, there is an outlier from the first batch. And this is because, first of all, the first batch was bought from a different supplier, which is Rio Junction, which is the costs are increased. And the sales for the first batch is very, very small because part of it had, because part of the batch didn't successfully freeze, and hence why it wasn't able to sell fully. While the rest of it continues to gradually decrease in a skewed left formation. So the future profit predictions is that if the business does continue, it is very likely that the profit will increase, but this has to be done by making sure that all of the output will be constant and equal per batch, because in the previous batches, not all output is maximum. Most of them is, the maximum output per batch is around 20, but most of the batches actually did sell for much less than the output of 20. So as long as we are able to sell the batch at a constant output with the same price of ingredients, it is more likely for us to gain more profit in the future. And when it comes to boosting sales, there are a lot of methods that could be taken, but the one that I'm going to be explaining is mainly the conducting surveys method. This is because we only sell one flavor, and we are mostly selling to primary students. And primary students, most of them easily get bored, and they want more variety. Hence why it will be more likely for the business to grow if we develop other ice cream flavors. So by conducting surveys, we can find the results of other ice cream flavors that could be added. And with more variety, the customers are less likely to get bored and may encourage them to buy more.
Here's our statement for our conclusion. So if the business continue to produce, then it's likely to will gaining more profit, but the output per batch must be used fully and so the constant rate. And thank you. And that's all for our project. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your applause. Is there any question from the audience? Is there any question, Dave? No, okay, next. Yeah, simple question. Which one do you prefer, the one related to chemistry or the one related to business? Okay, I will ask the one related to chemistry. Yeah? So can you, do you know or do you realize that there are classifications of colloids, as you have already stated? Okay, so you state that ice cream is a colloid, right? Okay, there are 4 kinds of colloids, if you know. The first one is salt, the second one is gel, and then the third one is emulsion, and then there is another one which is the combination of that. Yeah. So there is also an aerosol actually, yeah, an aerosol, aerosol. Okay, and foam maybe. Yeah? Foam is also okay. So my question is, how would you classify ice cream? What is suspended in what? And with regards to your presentation, I picked up a mistake. You stated that the particle size would be in the order of nanometer. You said that, in the order of nanometer. Please be aware that the wavelength of visible light is between 700 and 400 nanometer. Thus, your particle size is smaller than the wavelength of light, meaning that the appearance will be transparent because the wavelength of light cannot be blocked. So I would like you to clarify on that. Thank you.
So I believe about the nanometer issue, I believe that is a miswriting on my behalf because from the sites that I researched, from the resources that I got specifically, they did state that it was nanometer, which is why I was also confused. Because in the sites that I searched from, most of them didn't exactly state the particle size, but in the one that actually does, in the site that I searched, it's not. But then after that, I realized that in the picture, it was different. So I was still unsure about which one was actually correct, because the one that I got from the video that I studied from, it wasn't the same as other results. As in how I would classify ice cream. So according to research being done, ice cream is classified as an emulsion because it is when fat is suspended in water. If this is kind of like, at first I was also confused why fat was suspended in water, because why would there be water? But in one of our trial batches, as in like the first batch, part of it failed, right? And part of the failed batches actually was a result of the fat like clumping up to create like this weird mixture that was separated from like a lot of liquid that we weren't able to identify what it was at the time. The liquid looked watery, so we assumed it was water, but we weren't too sure at the time what that liquid was.
Yeah, for the colloids, yeah, Kira. Yeah, that's, you said that emulsion is.
Pardon, sir?
Yeah, emulsion is. Emulsion. What is emulsion?
Two liquids that are usually not able to dissolve in one another. As in, like, they cannot be blended.
Yeah, so there is one liquid turns into a dispersed into other liquids.
Yes.
Right? So which one is actually you call the solvent, or which one is dispersed into other liquids? How do you know that fat is dispersed into water or water dispersed into fat?
Unfortunately, during the let's say during the research that I took, for some reason it doesn't specify anything about which substance is dispersed in the other substance, and all of the sites were not talking in depth or in detail. I couldn't seem to find any that were actually explaining how it step by step worked in ice cream.
Yeah, actually, the one is in the bulk size. I mean, in a large amount, it is actually the solvent. Yeah? The one that is dispersed is actually the one that has less amount. Yeah? Okay, so that's okay. I think any other questions? Yeah. Any questions from audience? Then thank you, Kira, Gabriel, Kinan, and Abel. Yeah, let's go to the next group. Give applause to Kira, Gabriel, Abel, and Kinan. The last group is Charlotte, Erin, Jason, and Miracle. Yeah.
The last group have to stay to finish their project presentation. Other students, you can leave, yeah? You can leave. And for secondary 1 and 2, don't forget to prepare your project presentation tomorrow.
Tes. Okay, good afternoon, Sir Marcos, Sir UT, and Sir Lota, and good afternoon, everybody else, and Sir Ray. Today we will be presenting our final project report made by me, Charlotte, Jason, Erin, and Miracle. So for a little bit of context, our class was assigned to make a small business and to make and sell the products we made. And so for our group, we sell cookies, more specifically butter cookies. We sell the cookies in many different flavors such as original, matcha, and chocolate dipped butter cookies. We also sell them in 2 different sizes, each having a different price. The smaller are teachers. This is an example of our product. I will give as a sample. This is an example of one of our products, which is the chocolate flavor, the small one. Okay, so we have, if we can say, 6 different products. We have 3 flavors and 2 different sizes. That's an example. We have small and large, and for the flavors, we have original, matcha, and chocolate. Now we will proceed to the production of the products. this is the chemistry of our product. So, have you ever seen like cookie batter? Cookie batter is pale, and obviously it doesn't have that aroma, that texture, and the color of baked cookies. The browning of these cookies is called the Maillard effect. Maillard effect is a non-enzymatic, consecutive, and parallel browning of foods. It happens during cooking and happens in 3 stages. The first stage is happens when carbonyl groups found in sugars react with amino groups found in proteins to form N-substituted glutamine and water. So this is the the second stage happens when the product of that, the glutamine, rearranges itself or isomerizes to form ketosamines, also known as the Amadori product. This process is also known as Amadori rearrangement. So the product before changes to these, and that is the Amadori product. As you can see, the reaction is reversible. And the third stage is when the Amadori product formed will further react in a different number of ways that produce different products, such as reductants, fission products, and brown pigments known as melanoids. In this stage, is where the browning happens, where it looks baked. Okay, next we're going to during production, it's not in the slides, but besides the chemistry part, during production, we do it by mixing batter together and then baking it in an oven. We will proceed to the original business plan of our business before we actually plan out the execution.
So for our plan, first of all, it's the method of distribution. For this, we choose to use direct selling, which is where we sell immediately to the customer. Okay. There are advantages which include that all the profit is earned by a producer. The producer has direct contact with the consumers and total control of how much the product is marketed. And it is good for the products that need to be consumed quickly. And with the advantages, there is also disadvantages, which are all financially burdens borne by oneself. If you were to do this, you can rely on any partners, and lastly, it's going to be difficult to sell in a wider audience. And secondly, for our pricing strategy, which promotional pricing, where basically the product would be highly advertised and the price is lower to attract more customers.
For the third one, which is method of promotion, we chose advertising and sales promotion, in which for advertising, we have the advantage which are that it is useful when introducing new products. It is beneficial for the market expansion, and it helps to increase sales. The disadvantage is that it can create negative brand awareness, increase in cost for a company, and sometimes advertising can get a little deceptive. But for sales promotion, we have the advantage in which a few of them are that we are entice the customers to access inventory and upselling and cross-selling. The disadvantage are that it can change the consumer's price perception, and it limits our revenue.
Okay, here are some images of when we plan the execution. So before is the business plan, right? Also not mentioned inside the slides. We actually did a bit of market research. Since we're not going to sell for very long, as in the business is not going to be long term, we rely on associates like family and people around school to buy our products.
Therefore, we didn't really do much primary research besides that. Most of our research come from feedback after we actually sold the product. Here's some execution. This is during the production process. As you can see, to ensure quality is still the same between all products, we measure it each time we cook. Okay, and this is the outcome. In total, we earned around, we actually earned 1,130,000 in revenue, and the total cost is 1,260,000. The total cost includes, actually this is gross, if we were to calculate this, we have actually lost as much as 130,000 rupiahs. That is the gross, I guess you can say gross profit, because this is the total cost, but we haven't calculated tax, water, etc. etc. That is all for our presentation. Do you have any questions? Yes, so first we would like to point out our errors. Yes, there is no statement of financial position. We didn't include any charts and graphs, numbers.
Question for me simple. In the beginning, why did you choose to make cookies? Because there are so many homemade cookies, yeah, Ina cookies, right? The competition is very tough. Why do you decide to go into a market which has already been saturated? Thank you.
Okay, so we decided to sell cookies because it was mainly Erin's idea actually, but we choose to sell cookies because it is a safer option. Like, for example, if we sell soaps, if we sell boba, okay, maybe not boba, if we sell soaps, for example, it might not be marketable to everyone around school. Meanwhile, cookies, it's considered safe because it's less risky, because when we sell it at school, we can kind of determine that people will buy it. Like, it's more likely for someone to buy cookies using our market, which is mostly around school, which is small children and our family associates, which means their parents and teachers also. They're more likely to buy food maybe rather than soap, because soap, it's risky. You don't know how safe it is for your skin. Some people might be allergic and blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, cookies, it's like more palatable, more marketable to a lot of people. Satisfied with your answer, sir?
So, in retrospect, maybe if you have to reflect on the result of your sales and the data, the figures that you currently have, do you think making cookies in the beginning was a good decision? Do you regret your position, your first proposition? Is there anything that you can improve so that the sales or the business can be profitable?
Okay, so honestly, in my honest opinion, I do not regret choosing cookies as our item of that we choose to sell, because the problem itself isn't with the product or the saturated market, which is cookies. The problem itself is with our execution. As you can see inside the presentation, we didn't include any management roles like time management, task management, man management. That is a part that we are severely lacking in. Therefore, selling cookies can be successful. It's just that the execution right now is not really good. Therefore, the results is also not really good.
I want to confirm there is no bar chart to compare between revenue and number number of beds here. Have you made that or not? And do you also forecast about the next cells based on your data history?
Wait, so can you elaborate what you mean by maximum?
Is there any comparison from the bar chart about the beds versus about the revenue? The first thing, the bar chart. And second, have you made the forecast based on the data historical that you already got?
Due to certain limitations in our circumstance, we actually haven't made any bar chart or forecast. Also, I don't think it's possible because we sell inconsistently. We do not really have a schedule. Like per month, we don't know how much we sold. It can be inconsistent. Like in 1 month, we can sell twice. Some months we can sell only once. Sometimes we don't sell at all in a month. Any other questions from the invigilators?
Questions? Yeah. So you have 40. Sir, please complete what is what is. Yeah, you can also put it in your report. Yeah. And I think that's. Thank you for presenting today. Yeah, we can give applause.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.